Well, hello there. Oh gosh, I'm blurry. Focus camera. No. Okay. If you insist. Gonna freeze? Completely? Yeah, okay. Unplug. Plug. Change you. There we go. Gonna be one of them days, it seems. So, we were doing a little bit of tidy up here. Wrapping up some things. And I realized that we have a couple other steps we do need to take care of. The saving to file. We need to write the things, right? That we've edited in here. And we're going to need like a browser for different maps, right? And I'm not sure where I want to put that, but we also might wait until we have multiple maps that we need to worry about, right? That way we can test it. But to start with, let's get our icons in place. After stream, I went and watched some more YouTube and remembered where things are. And I'm also running a different version of Inkscape, I think, on the other computer, so that was weird. But let's go in here. Not connection form. You live in tiles? Yes, icons. I have names in here. And I think I want to change them up just a little bit. And then we're going to swoop them in there. I think we'll have to see how these look and maybe tweak them a little bit, right? But I think I like these being... this one's west. I'm quite happy with that. Horizontal, I'm quite happy with. North, good. South, good. I kind of like that more. So we'll do that. I am the 100th subscriber. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. For some reason, your name doesn't show up in chat. Oops, I've done this in the wrong place. Down/, I don't... Diagonal center full. I think I was doing this... I'm okay with that, actually. Because it was hard to keep them up in my brain. Down/SVG. Oops. My name is Unicode, I think. I said it a few years ago. Nice. I see like there's a little... I might be missing a font or something. I see like a little bitty square or something there. Let's fix that while we're here. And we could also do this. Make it easier to read, right? And then... Oops. That's not what I want. Let's see. We need to do... You're northeast. You are northwest. And that can stay. Southeast. Southwest. Horizontal, vertical. Make you all lowercase. Oops. I remember it's part of a letter in the Arabic alphabet. Gotcha. That would be a font I don't have installed since I don't read Arabic. Okay. Now that we have all that, let's delete these. Copy these. Paste them on in. And make sure you're not Arabic too. Gotcha. Let's see if our... oh, I'm in the wrong terminal tab. There we go. And let's see if this is gonna work. Kinda. These are working very well. This is not. And these don't line up. That's a problem. Okay. Which is weird, because I thought I just rotated y'all. Oh, you're scaled. That's why. I bet. If we do an inspect... It's because I think my verticals are scaled on width. Let's go frame 2, frame 1, and we'll look for the vertical after the first row, let's just say. Should be this. Nope, one more. There we go. If we look inside of here, north frame, center frame is definitely much smaller, so that's probably part of it. It's shorter, so it's scaling, I bet. Well, that's unfortunate, but I think not insurmountable. Let's work on that one first. So we need to go to our vertical widget. We have your 20. The others are 40. Okay. I think we did that for the sake of the other icons being very placeholdery, and maybe we're not allowed, in a real sort of case, to do that without breaking things. Perhaps. What if you make them all thirds? What then do you look like? Okay, yeah. That's perfect. Fantastic. Love that. And if I delete one of these, we get that. If I delete two, get that. And then I can reconnect to you. Just use our template. Perfect. Okay. Now let's look at our horizontal guys. And I didn't think about alignment super hard. That might be a problem, but I think some of this will get sorted out once we do scaling. They'll probably have a little gap still, but that's fine. You're actually diagonal. We did kind of a similar thing. Okay, so northwest frame is 40 on the height. So we'll do 33 here as well. So it's a third. And a third. These guys we just let live. Center's all third. And that, and then this guy will make thirds. Let's see where that gets us. And how things have scaled. Oh, so good now. Perfect. I love that. And if we come in here and we delete here rather, let's do 4-3 to 3-2. So that goes away. We keep him as an X. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. 3-2 to 4-3. It becomes a slash. It's perfect. Here we'll do the other two. So it's 3-2 to 2-3. And 2-3 to 3-2. And it becomes a slash that way. Fantastic. I love that. If we delete one more, we keep our center. That's perfectly fine with me. That little bitty gap really doesn't bother me for these guys. In fact, I almost prefer it for that. It's nice that these connect. Maybe I would want the square full. I guess we could try. How would we fix that? Let's do this first real quick. Real happy with that as a starting point. Let's make sure this doesn't look too awful. Yeah, it's correct. Pretty sure. Angle center full, down slash. Deleted. Yeah, okay. Replace temp icons, adjust widgets to be equal. Now that we have equally sized icons. And then we can experiment just a little bit. Let's open you with Inkscape. Let me save a copy, and you will be 2, let's just say. It's fine. And let's see what happens if... I don't want them to look pointy, though. If we make it pointy... and we put, like, you know, another square right next to it... I'm gonna leave it. I'm not gonna mess with that because it's just gonna get worse. Unless we try to put like the missing bits in the corner or something, I think. And I don't want to mess with that. That would suck. We'd have to get them all lined up. The only thing I don't like about it is that... What are you saying has changed? Nothing. Okay. The only thing I don't like about it is it's just not even, right? And we could, or doesn't, not uniform. And we could think about doing... Make sure there's no gaps in here. Gap 0 set there. It's entirely just the gap in the SVG. But we could... We tend to start with, you know, verticals and see if we like that or not. Do a little experiment. Okay, that's too much. And it kind of messes my scaling a little bit. If I just did that, and if I was to take you all down just a tiny bit. I got this in my recommended. What's MUD? Multi-user dungeon. Okay, yeah. They kind of get shrunk a little bit still. If we changed you back to 0, but left the scaling alone, you bet. Would that help? I wonder. Would you still be... Yeah, it would squish you all together still. And you would get a little bit smaller. Let's put you back. Maybe it's okay. Maybe we do this in horizontal as well and see how we feel about it. A little gap, tiny bit smaller. I do like that it's more uniform. Makes them smaller though, but if we were to do this, just scooch everything in tiny bits. I got this in my recommended too, is at the top. Awesome. Glad you decided to click on it. Okay, that didn't. Okay, that didn't really do much for that. Not really super surprised. But I think I'm okay with it. We'll just put this back since it didn't do anything. I can just do this too. Roll back, horizontal. No. Diagonal. This one I need to leave. Silly me. The wrong file. You stay at 32s. The heck happened there? Little blip. Okay, cool, cool. Love that. And then my diagonal stays the same. We'll just do a quick thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Let's see here. We'll just do add a tiny gap in horizontal and vertical so they match the diagonal. Okay. That is our first task done. Double check this. Can move that to done. We have a couple little things, but they're not in here. That's fine. We need to handle an empty map, and we need to handle saving. So let's make sure that we can do that. All right, good to see you again. Hope you're doing good. I'm all right. How's you doing, Anu? How's the hunt for stuff? How's the testing and the university stuff? So we really need like the idea of a minimum size, right? Because right now we would end up in this, I think. Let's do map size step. Let's do that. Because this is driven off of getting the tile grid. when we go through here, okay, so what exists in, what did I leave myself in game map here? For, oh wait, oops. Yeah, this is correct. Thought I was in map widget still for a second there. For making it, we load a map just fine. But I thought build tile grid. Returns a tile grid. 101st sub. Awesome. Appreciate you. This returns a tile grid, which is not a game map. It's part of a game map. We have reload, we have shutdown. In load. Everything's good. I read a meme a few days ago that said, how many games are written in Rust? 2. How many engines are written in Rust? Probably thousands. I only know of one anymore that's still going, and that's Bevy. But there were a couple that were reasonably serious. And there's also people building Rust bindings for Godot. So, the load map. We make a map. How do we do this in the map test? I think we just made a config and loaded that. But I guess, let me look over here. Yeah, we just need an empty map function that will build me. We load it, build a tile grid. Map config. This should handle. Tiles are empty, connections are empty. This is in the configs tiles, so there's no tiles, that's fine. Connections, that's fine. New tiles is... Yeah, we just make you and then we populate with this. And if there's nothing there to populate, theoretically we should be good, right? That seems like a reasonably sound theory. We just need to map has a UUID. So if we're up here, map size, We can just build a 10 by 10 for now. That's probably fine. So when we load, hello to you as well. The up here. The game map is nil. Then what we should do instead of this. My opinion on PHP? I've only done a little bit of it a long time ago, but it still runs a lot of things on the internet. Sort of depends on the context of, like, what do you want my opinion on? Like, should you learn it? Then the answer is, do you have a job or want a job that requires it? If the answer to that is yes, then so is you should learn it. This we should do. What did we call you? Map config. This needs to be fill this. This is min map size. This is min map size. This we won't leave nil, but we'll leave it empty. And then we can do this is going to give me that's already used. Yeah. And we used to just do set text on the parent, but we could do on parent this is the error. Label is error loading or error creating new empty map. Okay, why are you not happy? Map config is type config. Are you not a pointer? Load map. Oh, this doesn't take that. Whoops, that's a problem. Can we We did this because presumably we loaded from a file, right? But what we could do is do a the map config. And we could move this into here, except for this probably goes in here. Oop, looks like I had an internet blip. That ain't good. Are we back? Some days, I tell you. Okay, I think we're back. Maybe I spoke too soon. We're on the struggle bus right now, apparently. Struggle bus for sure. Seems to be clearing up, though. It's been so good for the past couple days, too. Like, had no issues. Now I'm having the issues. Hopefully, it'll straighten itself out. Up is looking good on my end. Let's see, I just got YouTube telling me y'all are going to get some buffering. Twitch bitrate is still wonky. We're going to power through the pain, though. All right, so what we're going to do we're going to run a quick ad break for Twitch so that we don't get pre-rolls now that it's back up. And then we'll be back and we'll figure this out because I think we can make this work still. And then we'll kind of just wait for anybody in ad land. This needs this needs a map, though. So I'm going to have to move this around a little bit. And it might be, actually, if we think about this a little bit. I don't want to get too deep into it, otherwise people will miss things. And I don't know if they care or not, but I care. There we go. We're back. Okay, so the problem here is that this takes a map too. It needs the map object. So that's going to make this a little bit tricky to do that way. But then I also started thinking about, we feed this a game map, right? So let's put this back real quick. And go back up and look at this. Because it might be more appropriate to do this here where we do the loading. Which we do down here. Or over here, rather. So we call this... This is probably where we should do this. We set up a config object. And this is the map config file, which we call load map with this already. Config file. Just directory in that. Okay. I'm trying to remember what my plan was for this. I thought I had one, but apparently not. We could make this. We could export this. Load map, what do you do if you are careful to initialize things if they don't exist? We could just like write a placeholder file, I guess. We have new map here. Which gives, this gives us a map config. Okay. That's a thing. We would need to make sure you exist first if we're going to go that route. Or... But we don't want to really... Don't want to hold the whole... map config object, right? So that does make a degree of sense. Some of this is going to tie into giving maps names, right? So that'll have to be a thing we tackle at that point, but... In fact, let me make a quick deal here. Quick card says... Map. Give maps names. The editor and map package both need to be aware of this. That way, let's change this real quick. Here we go. I should also make a note that also support renaming a map. Okay. The thing we can do now is server config editor test map. This needs to have like file browsing abilities, right? Basically, ultimately. Which is fine, we can do that. And that's going to be, that's going to involve creating this file, which is going to give us a name. For now, what we're going to want to do we want to build this now? Because we have file names. That would work. Maybe is my answer. It does make a degree of sense to do this now. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so when you go into the map editor, we're going to need probably a dialog. How do I want to do this? Because I don't want to block everything. Because if you go in there and it gives you a dialogue, and you're like, well, actually, I don't want to do that just yet. I was just looking. I don't want it to be, you need to be stuck in there, right? And a dialogue would make you stuck because you couldn't click on anything else. I guess you can give it a cancel button. Which would... This might need to get widgetized if we do this. Probably will. That way we can drive the layout based on the presence of a game map. What's MUD? Multi-user dungeon. Yeah, I think we do need to do this part. We also need to do the saving. Let's start thinking about that. We also need a way to switch. So if you're in one map, you want to be able to easily switch between the two. That can reopen that the dialogue, right? That's fine. Or whatever we build. I don't think we have the option. I think we looked at this already, but let's double check. I don't think we have the option to do a dialogue that doesn't block stuff. Dialogue. Text message. Confirmation dialogue. It's weird that it would appear there, but okay. Input dialogue. Yeah, see, we can't click on things. That's my main problem. Full window or new window. Okay. That's a new thing, I think. We can do that and give it a cancel. Not mobile and web, that's fine. Maybe it's not. It should be fine for this. It's probably fine for that. As long as we have a something decent, right? I don't really want to support maps and tabs right now. Thinking about the reloading stuff, right? If we did, let's run this. We have save. I think we'll do away with this for right now. We'll worry about that later if we decide that it's really important or not. The Guess we could do like a close or an open. Yeah. Let's start doing that. Um, let's also do one other little task along the way that's kind of relevant to this, because right now, all of our... I guess I could reopen it. All of our buttons, these templates, these do save to the file when you click save. But here, if you mess with anything, and you do, you know, do, this only saves to in memory. So it should really be apply. Which is related to our current task of making things safe, right? And the forms are shared, so that we need to figure out what we're going to do about that. I guess we could do... do an if here on set icon, we pull it out. I'd be okay with that, I think. Maybe. It beats having... multiple widgets, right? We can do that. We do the same thing over here. Not in the tile, in the form. This should actually be... because this is only cosmetic. So I'm not too worried about misusing it. What we do, come down here. We can keep the delete icon, I think. Probably okay with that. This right here. This, we can say if change rights to disk. Then we have that. Set you to apply. I think I can do this. We do the same thing. And also we're going to want to no, we don't want this to be exported. Because then it'll auto-gen our function, and we want to call an update when we do that. Do the same thing here, except for its room form instead of connection form. That. I don't... Can I put that in a styler? Would that make sense? Let's try. Let's try both ways. Rooms won't have it. This will. I don't know if that's valid or not in the framework. Let's find out. The thing we need to do is when we are doing edit bar things. Sorry, no. Template things, because it defaults to false. Template manager. Reload the templates. Delete all that good stuff. This. It's templates bar that we want, not the manager. Here. Oh, we forgot to do the dealio here. What's going on? Right. That's what's going on. We need to give ourselves a set change rates to disk. Sure. Dot change rates to disk equals oops. And then button section update. This looks the same for connection form, just a different name, connection form, like so. And then over here, let's close that templates bar. We do actually, this should be just this. That'd be much nicer. And then we'll do the same thing in connection form. Just tab, new connection form, do all that. Except for this should be connection form. Let's give that Okay, something blew up. Room form 246. Ah, it's because we needed knits, I think. I think it's gonna be unhappy. When Cogent's trying to figure out where things go. Okay. Still have a save icon here. Now it's apply over here. Perfect. And it doesn't seem to matter where they go, so we can try taking this out real quick. We might not need to call the update. Actually, I don't know if we need to call this at all. Let's find out. So you're still save. You're not there. Okay, yeah. We do need to call the update, apparently. Or it's possible it just doesn't go in there. Which doesn't matter if it's going to be not going to be restyled, right? Which it shouldn't. Then they're there. We don't need to call the update. Okay, good. I like that. What we could do then is try letting this go, Jen. And let the Cogent do the work. Whoops. That, please. Thank you. Set change writes to disk is what they'll generate. Trying to figure out if I like that or not. Rerun the generate to get it into there. It's fine for now, I think. We can change our minds later. For now, let's just go with it. Need to change. Oh, your claps, that's why. Type gen. There you go. We get save icons here and apply icons here. Fantastic. Okay. Let's do a commit here real quick. Only display save icon when the form save button actually writes to disk. Okay. We're going to want to go into menu bar. Let's get some of this tidied up. Think we're done in here for now. Those are going to be relevant in a minute. Reminds me I should check and see if they answered. Not yet. This, let's go away. You don't do anything yet, but that's fine. We can do... I don't know if I like this, but we need to guard this on an unsaved changes sort of thing, right? That's fine. Let's also do... How do we want to signify... Put a name in the middle, wouldn't we have one? We could also put the unsaved changes notification there, I suppose. Let's play with that a little bit. We can call you... I've copied the wrong thing. That's fine. You are now center pane. We'll do the same thing we've done here for the other bits and pieces. And then we'll add to you could do nameplate. Give it a styler. And you... I don't know if you need to grow or not. Let's center all on you. And for now, set text on you. All right, you need new text. I don't know if... No. You gotta be a frame. You are... nameplate holder. How ya doing? Hey, Melaneth, how's it going? You doing multiplayers connected to one Uber XE or one XE per player? Multiple players. So the server is a server. The players all have a client, and they connect via WebSocket currently. I hope you're doing well. Hey, I hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, you bet. And Twitch, you're going to have ads here in just a second. Apparently my auto ad is not working, which is annoying. But I want to get those pre-rolls off of here. So we'll wait for Twitch to come back. I'm doing well enough there, Doom. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm gonna figure out why that's not working. It was working yesterday. I wonder if I had another disconnect blip or something. There we go. What stage are you at? Is it running anywhere? I'm at the early stage of building everything. Right now we're building the editor. I don't know if you have been in chat long enough to see it, but we can launch it real quick while we're here. The top is going to be broken, right? Meow. That's fine. So this is a map editor, right? So that you can edit the maps. I have some basic functionality in the server. This is kind of the next stage, is to make it editable so that we can build the game still. So no, it's not running anywhere. Yeah, it's been an educational project because I'm not a game developer. I write boring software normally, right? So it's been fun. And I've learned a lot of things about game engines just by tackling the problems, right? How are you doing it for yourself? Is this your job? This is myself currently. It could be my job one day, maybe. We'll see what happens, right? That'd be pretty rad. Okay. Nameplate holder and then new text. We can do that for now. Getting this to update might be a little bit tricky, but that's fine. And then we'll have this can be, let's call you 80% of the parent height. And then I'm not a go-ahead, so I don't know, but FSMs are pretty common in game dev. Are you doing anything for that, or just letting state be ad hoc? Finite state machines? Nothing really like formally, right? There is some state in there. And there's some places where I might want to tweak things a little bit. Let's see here. We need a safe state holder. That. I think these need to be told to grow, but you're 20% of the parent. And you can see centered all. Actually, I think I need you to grow both directions. And then we need to have this. How are we going to wire this up? Well, let's get it in there first. And this is going to need to be styled. So that we have how do I set the font color again? Because they've changed this. It's probably under text, not field, but text. I don't want that. I just want to color. Ah, right. We just said on. It's not a font thing. And it's just an equals. There's not a setter. Ah, there it goes. Hey, thanks for that follow. I really appreciate that. We'll do the visibility here as well, but let's just make sure our layout's shaping up the way we want it to. Not quite. You're getting added, but we need to set you column so that you go below. There we go. I want you inspect this and see. I want the unsafe changes to be a little smaller than the map name. Not you. Menu bar. Center pane. It's because... So the boxes are the correct size. But the whole thing doesn't fill... the deal. Even though I've told you to grow... It doesn't really look like you have. But... Oops, not that one. We can try... Let's first take these out and see if they're actually doing anything at all. Or if I'm crazy. Ah, so it's working on the X. We can do... this as well. Make sure that you are firmly set. Ah, parent height appears to be not reliable in this case. That's annoying. Okay. I bet you it's because... you have a min, and you're not allowed to grow. But you did. Or, if we also give you a max, does that help? Not really. He just pushes things off. Okay. Let's take that back out. If I do this, theoretically, you should both grow to be 50% of the parent in the Y. Which kind of looks like it might have worked. We just need to... I don't want you to be full screen. They're paying... yeah. Plus or minus a little gap. Which I think there is in some gap by default. So let's leave that, but I want you... let me double check that actually. Actually, let's make you big. It's fine. we look at yeah, you're pretty well centered inside of there, which is correct. We might be able to get away with this if we just do... We'll let it grow and figure itself out instead of trying to set a ratio for it. The font... we do need to have set, I think, to be bigger, which we do. Font.size.displayPixel. Can I do... Oh, that wouldn't make sense, would it? They do 21. Let's just do 20. And see how we like that. It's not bad. I would like... I'd like map to scooch down a little bit, so it doesn't feel so crowded up top. Oh, you know what? If I just don't let you grow on the Y, or don't tell you to grow on the Y, I think that does it for me. Yeah, okay. I do want you to have just a little... just a little bit of a margin. It's a little much. Perfect. Happy with that. This needs to have... Oh. So that's how it are. A go mud and a positive attitude to life. Yes. That's what I'm trying. Some days it's harder than others, but you know. How you doing today, Ash? How's your Saturday been? The holder stays, but this needs to be the inverse of unsaved changes. It's not abilities, it's state. Invisible. My Saturday was spent mostly playing games. I'm thinking I should do a bit of writing too so I feel less lazy. I encourage it. Big fan of the 1 hour minimum, right? Okay, perfect. That goes away now. And let's just do a quick, we'll wire this up for testing purposes. This will just do a quick flip. Forgot to update though. Testing mentioned, right? In this case, very manual testing, but you know, UI, it'd be like that. Okay, you wiggle, and I don't particularly like that, and it's because we don't have a grow. Crap. I was afraid of that. It's because our center pane does not grow. The text doesn't grow. So we would need to let's make you just a little bit bigger while we're here. No, I lied. This does grow. We just need a... We need to grow on the Y again. Can we set... If we do it this way, can it reliably figure this out? Still wiggles. Oh, you know why? Bet you it's because of that. Break stuff still though too. If we don't have you. We still get all kinds of wonkiness. Including the border changing size. That's weird. The other thing I think I can do is perhaps this. You know, because then that ends up growing. Um, might be able to do this if we constrain you. Am I doing this in a dumb way? Can I do... Not list, grid. Where's grid? Well, I can't do that because there's no way to set alternating rows to different sizes that I'm aware of. Okay, so I do think we need to give you a max that you can be so that the children objects can better figure out where they need to be. Still a little bit too much. Take you down to 15. I don't know why this is here, really. Oh, it's because you don't grow on the Y. Okay. Do we even need any of that? No is the answer to that. Doesn't fix that problem, but... There's some padding horizontally, that's fine on the parent. Nameplate holder grows. If we take you back off of grow, but we say I can't rely on that though. Because it's figuring out the why it needs to be based on everything, I think that's why it gets confused. And I totally forgot about this syntax until I saw it. I don't think this is going to work because of that. Yeah. I guess we could try... Well, that wouldn't matter. I don't think. Yeah, it's still going to push things out. If we don't have any of this, then I love it. Like, that's pretty much perfect. Maybe my answer should be not to put it down there. Does that make sense? But to put it over here with the buttons. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I don't even think I need a holder for it if I do this. I just put you on W with all your other friends. How do we feel about that? That I don't like so much. But if I put you back in here, because you consume space. Well, I don't like that so much either, but... we could give some on this padding, I think. If we take the grow out of the Y. Oops, not on the parent though. in here. I don't think... I was wonky with my proportions here. Hey, yeah, you should have tons of room. What's going on there? Why do you wish to be all scrunched up and breaking things? Huh. Twitch, you're going to have ads in just a second here, and I'm going to be right back to refill my coffee cup, and then we'll come back and figure out why this is so annoying. I'll be right back. Okay. Ads are over, and I am back. Next thing. Figuring this out. Back to our inspector. Menu bar. Left pane, not center. Frame 2. Why are you not... Oh, because because I'm dumb. That's why. Save button, open map, save state holder. You need to be told to grow. Just looking at the wrong one. That's a little bit wonky, but that's slightly better. Need to put my min back in, I think. F-pane, frame 2. Okay, so you're not centered in your parent. That's fine. We probably... Line content center. So why didn't you get centered? What if we did tell you to grow? And then we put our min back in, which I think existed for this reason, to have it have a little bit of room around stuff. What has gone wrong there? It's because you have gone and grown, and your friends do not have a container that they live in to grow. Okay. But maybe... Well, no, we need you to be... Your space needs to be reserved for you. That's why you live in there. But if we do this... The holder does not grow. Or does not get centered, I should say. At least not correctly. What in the world? Get over there. If we make all of these parents a maximum of a third wide, hopefully that'll stop the little bitty side-to-side wiggle we got going on. But won't quite fix our alignment, I don't think, in the y-axis. Huh. Well, that doesn't actually fix that at all, does it? Interesting. It's because they don't... Using parent measurements is not really well supported in Cogent currently. Betting they don't know for sure how wide their parent is. Because it grows. Take that back out. It's like there's a margin. We didn't put one on, did we? Center pane. No, we didn't. There's a padding on the parent. If we take that off, though, it's still there. Okay. Ah, it's because we're going to leave you in just for fun. It's because we centered all on this. What we actually want to do is align content so that it's centered vertically, but we don't want it to center horizontally. That's causing the wiggle and the weird gap. Okay, so this is now... Did I just change the wrong thing again? I probably did. Like an Widget. Frame 2 seems to be quite invisible. Yeah, this was nameplate holder. Which does need to be centered completely. It's you that I want. Save state holder. Okay. Still do a wiggle though. If we do inspect, you are not growing like I wanted you to avoid this exact problem. Nor are you aligning your content like you're supposed to. Why? Why this? If I tell you you have to have a minimum size, does that help? In any way, shape, or form? Yeah. I don't know why that changes your grow. It's weird. Okay. Let's see if we can do this again and get to some place where we're happy. So if you have a fixed size in the Y, which we've just given you, you're set to grow. Now you're set to grow. Okay, you don't center correctly, but you do. Okay. Still wiggle, though. And I'm wondering if this is because they're buttons and I need to put them into holders that grow. Like this. Do this, and then we need to center all on these as well, I think, so that they're all centered up, right? Then you need to be not in W, but in safe holder, and you not in W, but in open holder. Which spaces you way out and still doesn't solve that wiggle. Okay. It's annoying. Okay, here's another idea. Okay, so if putting you in here makes things kind of wiggly, but we align everything center, can we get rid of this now that we have stuff? Set to grow, right? Okay, kind of. Still wiggles. I hate wiggly UIs. I don't particularly understand why that would be, or why this doesn't center like it's supposed to. Style. I guess they could be... We set you to grow, but... I think we did this and it caused issues, but let's try again now that we kind of move things around. Put you up there with the other. Yeah, it's gone and shoved that right off, which could be our padding. Because that, okay, yes, padding went on the parent. That's probably it. I bet. I bet. Because something doesn't take padding into account. I can't remember what now. Now it doesn't wiggle. It's still not centered correctly, but it doesn't wiggle. If we take these back out and let it just figure out its own width, which it should divide equally. Oh. So it's not that. Do I prefer JetBrains' new UI or the old one? I have mostly used the new one, so I don't have strong feelings about the old one. Either one is probably fine. I'm a big fan of the find action, which I think is only in the new one, to where you can go look for where in the settings is my friggin' plugins. I never remember because I don't use it often, you know? I really like that. No, it's almost okay. Got you. It's been a long time since I used the old one. Why don't you grow? Is it because the parent grows? I wonder. The old one is more information dense and less VS Code like. Yeah. I don't usually have like a big, strong opinion on UIs. As long as they get the job done and I can do what I want, I'm usually okay. Centered and end justified. That's correct. We'd have to go back to this. And then center U. Build all the frames, pains yourself for using a framer like a bubble tea lip gloss. It's cogent. And that makes that blow up. Right. But if we don't let you do that, and we also need to not do this, we need to do line the content to the center. There we go, but you're not centered again. Because you don't know how tall you are until till you exist, right? Bet you that's why. We'll have to check code gen on them right now. IRC client in Go and experiment with bubble tea lip gloss to get various paints to write buffers to. Cool. I can drop you a link. It's not really something I would advise that you use. Oh, I guess I closed that. In production? But like for a personal project, it's fun to play with. It's all in Go, so I like that. I'll drop a link in both chats just in case anybody else cares. And it's still kind of early and has some rough edges, but it's fun. Frame 2, which is not visible, right? And if we go... Wait, you are visible. It's your child that is not. I bet you if we were to take invisibility out of the spectrum just for a second, or out of the equation, rather. I bet you it would be... No, it wouldn't be. It still wouldn't be in place. Why not? Why are you just so poorly behaved? It's really annoying. If we did this again, but instead of telling you to grow, we said, hey, you got to be as tall as your parent. Then you would still be misbehaving. Is that because you're not centering within your pain, or... Yeah, frame 2 does not grow like it's supposed to in this case. Did I... I did. I said X, not Y. Derp. Then you would push everything else out, but you would be kind of centered. Not really within your parent anymore. And you would make everybody else weird. What if... What if I was to cheat a little bit? If I was to put you into a button, Because we have different types of buttons. Is there a kind that doesn't look like a button but still has the other styling? Also, Twitch, you're about to get some ads here in 50 seconds. We'll go ahead and wait for you while you enjoy whatever Amazon has to offer today. When they fire off. Button. Types. A text button. No border, no background. But then we have the mouse over, which kind of sucks. I also might just be doing this wrong. The there they go. Ads are fired. The lack of a known height. I wonder if that's my problem. Still. Could be. And welcome back to Twitch. Okay, so I'm wondering if my problem is still related to the grow and not knowing the widget layout, not knowing how tall things are. Specifically because these guys are growing. And I wonder if this will help at all. Well, it helped that. This, not so much. But it's weird that this is happy still. Let's also bring back our invisibility toggle. Get that to re-import. There we go. Yeah, that works way better. Why you are not happy is puzzling to me. You are that. I guess maybe you're not exactly centered either. And almost like you're pushing things up still, which is weird. Line content, style, stat center. The other thing we can try is letting you grow now that this is locked. I think that's going to give me the same... Oh, this was set to grow too. Maybe that was part of my problem. Didn't clean up after an experiment or something. And you guys just live in there and you're happy. Min X, min X, min X. You're not allowed to grow on the Y, but we set you manually. What if we just do that? You still get pushed up into weirdness land. Really confused why I can't just center the text with the buttons within itself, right? It would seem to me that that would be the sanest way to do this, but does that. And I wonder, okay, what if this is a padding thing? What if buttons have padding and it's aligning from like the top instead of from the center? Let's look at button. fact, I'm pretty, like 99% sure buttons have padding. That's what gets their text to be. Yeah, padding 10 on the X, 24 on the Y. Unless there's an icon, they do that. Because they probably always have a text, it just doesn't have anything in it. If icon set, we do stuff. Okay, no, they don't always have text. But it doesn't change the padding. They just add. So what if we were to do the same thing as a button? Without an icon, that's 10 and 24. Like that. Ah. Ah. It's got to be centering based on the top. Not sure that that is completely aligned, but it's way, way closer. We probably want you to be a little bit bigger too. Pane, unsafe changes. I wonder if buttons have a margin as well. Fill margin. Indicator. I don't seem to have a margin. Ah, if the button text is empty, we set that. But only if icon. Okay, yeah. Only if there's an icon. That's fine. The indicator straight. This is all for like indicator buttons. Um, it's just based on a frame. And we did, let's just do this a little bit. Well, confused that they don't line up still completely. Oh, great. Internet blipped again. Dropping all kinds of frames. Frames everywhere, all over the floor. And my camera has gone blurry. It's going to be one of those days. There. At least that fixed. Hopefully, things stabilize here. Think we're okay. We'll push on through the pain. The button font size uses 14. So we could do that. Don't know if that's going to have an impact on the layout, though. It might, because it changes the internals, right? Let's just try and see where that would get us if we were to do that. That certainly does not look the same size. Okay, that's all right. That looks way closer to centered as well. Let's go with that for now. Okay. And then we don't need this. That can stay. Everything we're going to make it stay exactly as it is, I think. And then we just need to tie this stuff together. So we need to get save working. I think we might use the message bus, maybe? Let's just, for organization, put you down here. Let's do a quick commit for this also, too, because I'm reasonably happy with where we got to. We can do add a map title, placeholder to top bar. Also add an unsaved changes warning. So We have two things that we need to do. We need to... I was wondering if we can use our change signal. Let's expander. We want the form. On change, we refresh selection. Do that. And then we didn't set this to handle, so it should pop up. But we would need to fire in our event space. Data can be any. It's mouse button. None of these. These look likely. Could do. Oh, I wonder if yesterday I needed to init. Let's take a quick look. Totally getting distracted, but since it has just come to me, you on there, so everything should work if this is correct. Oh, well, we got a panic again. Okay. This is not a mouse scroll. Right. But that was with send. What if we called handle? Would it get propagated up? The answer is no. Okay. It was worth investigating. Real quick. We'll still have to wait for them to tell me if I'm doing something stupid or not. We're back to this. So... data. We handle the event, means that everybody gets that's listening gets propagated up, right? But I really wish they had docs on this. That would make this a lot easier. I don't know that this is the correct answer for this. I think that either we need to put said hell yeah. We either need to put a message bus in here, or give map the knowledge of you existing, which I don't particularly want to do. Don't know that I love either of those options, though. We would have to fire everything everything about the room and connections things being changed actually lives in here. So these would have to do it. Or edit bar would have to do it as part of this handler. And edit bar has the message broker. Might still be the best plan. The other thing we could do, I suppose, is handle it from here. But we'd still have to listen to events. Twitch, you're about to have ads. We'll wait for you. I wonder if this is... if we could replace the message bus entirely by doing events here. That might be a thing. Need to... look at my to-do list while we wait for that. Plotting my world domination. Read some docs. Concepts. Event. And welcome back, Twitch. Just looking at my docs here for events. The set handled. We need to be careful. We do set that handled. I don't think... Let's just see as a test. Here's what we can do. We can say this, and we can say on a change. We can do that. That will give us a quick test. See if we can propagate up. I need to fix that a little bit. We'll do that in a minute. They're kind of squished to the edges now. So if we come in here and I do blah blah blah, I hit apply, nothing gets logged. But I'm also not I'm not making the I'm not catching the change here. It would be not map widget. It'd be the edit bar that listens for that change. And I don't know if this is sufficient to be able to get it passed up to me. So come in here, blah, blah, blah. No. Okay. I would need to... I would need to do this a little differently, I think. I would need to... Connection edit widgets. On change. I didn't set this to handled, but I could. And then I could emit another event. Except for I don't think I want to set it to handle if I'm sending it, right? And it would actually be edit bar that needs to send the change. So if I came in here and I did that, no, still don't get. Why not? What if I did that? Would that matter? Oh, I am dumb. I'm doing this in connection, and I was testing in room. This is what I would need to change. And then I would get the event. Okay. that doesn't tell me what has changed, right? Let's double check this. What is this log? Come in here, same deal. Make a change, send it up. Okay, so just that, which is fine. Let me triple check that I don't get this event if I don't specifically bubble it up. Right, I don't. That makes sense. Why doesn't it, though? It's because we handle event, we don't send. Okay. What if we did send? Instead of this, if we did that. We need to type. If we were to do this, apply, we would see a change. Okay. Okay. So we would need to send... Oh wait, I saw this in place. Sorry. Let's leave this in. If I set handle, that should not come up. Thank you. Waller. Here we go. And I don't see it. Okay. As expected. If I don't set you as handled, do the same thing. It still doesn't come up. Okay. Why not? I'm missing, I would need to have... It's because this isn't a handler for it, right? I bet. If we come in here, we'll make a change, and we won't apply it just yet because we're going to go turn on. It's not in inspect, it's in settings. We're going to go turn on the event debug, which is super noisy, but we should see We see lots of change. Description editor, message editor, right, okay. It's just nobody's listening to them specifically. Turn that off because it's noisy. So this would need to not be on edit bar. Need to be on scene, right? Theoretically. That. Still not. Okay. Interesting. Scene should be everybody. It's only 10 p.m., but I think I'll head off. Weekends, I tend to wake up extra early for some reason, so I've been staring at this page without making a single change for like half an hour now. Are you stuck? Or just tired? Got the sleepies? So the correct thing to do probably is we'll leave this. Not so much stuck as sleepy. Gotcha. Well, enjoy your sleepies. Brain is at like 5% capacity. Sometimes it's like that. Have a wonderful night, and we will catch you tomorrow maybe. But as long as we send the change here at edit bar to say, hey, a thing has changed. That's all we really need to know, right? Oh, you know what? It might also be related to the fact I don't think edit bar is a proper custom widget. It's not. Bad. Yeah, it takes this. It's a kind of a hacky custom widget. Okay. That could be related. We should probably custom widget these guys. That would be the correct thing to do, I think. It's just gonna suck to do. But if not now, when, right? But I would be able to use the event system so much more effectively, I think, than the message broker. Because I wouldn't need to maintain anything else, right? It would all just be baked in. Even if we still had to do this, listen directly to edit bar and just pass up events, which I'm not, like, opposed to, right? It would be fine. And then this master parent widget here that is at the root of the editor would be able to help coordinate between its children. And that seems way, way better as an approach, right? Because we keep running into this issue where they're trying to talk to one another because we have state that needs to be managed between different widgets that we've pulled apart because it makes them modular. I was really hoping to be done with this thing today, but let's do the correct thing. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to take this experimentation that we've done, which is just a couple lines, really. I'm going to roll you back. If I'm not mistaken, this should put us all back to exactly where we were. Yes, okay. We've only done a little bit of experimenting. That's perfect. Let's make our next tasks in the kind of the grand scheme of things right. They're going to be to convert edit bar and map both to custom widgets the correct way. Ooh, is menu bar? Menu bar, yes, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We did that the other day. So these two need to become proper custom widgets. Let's start with edit bar. Then we'll do map, and then we'll try to eliminate the message bus. Because we can send in an on-click. We can send that the widget itself up, right? I think it might already be there by default. And we'll experiment with that a little bit. Worst case scenario, they're just tidier. Best case scenario, we get rid of message broker. In fact, this is already unused. Which is nice. We're going to leave it, though, until we know for sure. Because we might still use it. Yeah. Check this real quick. No, that's fine. Make a note for myself. Move edit bar to proper custom widgets. Just so that I don't forget the plan. Move map widget to proper custom widget. And then attempt to eliminate message broker in favor of events being handled by the main widget, if possible. All right, so what we're going to do, that I don't need right now. It is not a reply to my question. That's fine. So. Edit bar needs to not have a pointer. Let's move those over there. We're probably okay with that for now. Probably okay with closing those for now too. Yeah, that's other package stuff. How exactly did I do this for the forms? Have references to some of their internal frames, and I think, yeah, we can still do this. That's fine. So all of this still works. This just needs to be message broker, logger, and then parent goes away. It's just, we get that for free. We need to add this for Cogent to be able to generate the convenience type things around this. And we need this as well for the types in there. In type gen. This gets renamed to init. And it takes nothing and gives nothing. This gets replaced with this needs to be a method. This gets replaced with frame.init. And then we can do this styler like so. Create header. Reset text. Ah, right. Okay. Probably going to want to get rid of this. That's fine. One thing at a time. This styler lives there. Well, actually, I kind of need that right now. This goes away. We'll take care of that, or take that out for now as well. Oh, sorry. I totally missed your messages there. Using Go, that's cool. What are some limitations doing this in C? I'm not doing this in C. I don't understand the question. Like, why didn't I do it in C? Because I like Go. And it seemed like a fun thing to try. Just got here? Cool. Welcome. I would need to... I need to do this now, I think. Because we need to do this same thing. Where we do a maker and then trees. Tree add-ats. Like this. But with the correct spelling. Because, you know, reasons. And then this don't think we need any of that. We can call you form header still, that's fine. I think Twitch, you're about to have some ads, so we will wait for you. Totally got distracted. Whenever Twitch decides to do the needful. Are you gonna go? Maybe? There you go. Ah, Twitch. I'm actually going to be right back while they do that. My coffee's about to be empty, and I'm going to need some water to keep going. So I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. So, we're going to need to add our form header in here, but I think I just want to double check over here. When I had the, it's buttons. Buttons have a reference. I think I can get away with a nil here because Cogent isn't going to be looking for that. Footer, yes, button section is W, so we can do that. So if we bring up header stuff, you in here. This becomes a styler for W. You go into W. This doesn't need to be this way. We just need an updater func here that says header text. Where do you live at? It's because you have a method on you. Because there's no docs on custom widgets and I was just working around it. We do this on selecting stuff, pretty sure. Let me comment this out just so that we can stop that. We don't need that. On an update, we just need to say if the selected tile isn't nil, then we set the text to, where did we have this function? We need to just basically yank its stuff. It's going to be a format string selected tile at, and then the coordinates basically. So let's delete that. You just need to become EB. While we're down here, we'll do that real quick. Same here. It was here. Nope. We can fix these up super quick. Where did that used to live? Up here. Three usages. We're just going to get rid of you completely. Here is where we used to use you a bit, I hope. Yes, set text. So we do you here, but we do a frame update as well. So can we get away with... Actually, we need all of that. So if we have a selected tile, we set that. What are you? You're selected. Rid of that. Selected connection widgets. Then we're gonna do rid of that. Don't need that anymore. Hope. This. That's not nil. Killed my clipboard there. That's fine. Oh my gosh. Get up here. Put you here. Fix that. That. Else. Forgot to do this. What did we used to say? Select the tile to edit. Whoop. I copied everything. There we go. Okay. And then we just need to come down here and tidy you up as well. This should just be eb.update. And in fact, this all needs to be replaced with eb.update eb for edit bar. Like so. And we also want to take that out. Just collapse that. We don't want all that. Need to hang these all off of edit bar directly. Now it's the only one now. Okay, perfect. That fixes up those, and now we can do down here. We need to add the form parent. Oh, we also need to do, no, we don't track that anymore. Okay, perfect. I don't know if we... let's also do... Kebab case is kind of the way Cogent wants to make things, I believe. By default, so we'll kind of follow that, and we'll make this follow that. Just to keep things samey-sames. This, we just need to grab you guys, because we mess around with this directly. So we just create you. And I didn't do that, which is important. So we'll do edb dot form parent equals W. And then we don't need any of this anymore. We do need... log. Really, we'll leave that for now. Thinking about replacing the logger, we're just using slog. I don't think we're gaining a whole lot from it, but that's a different task, so we'll stay on our task. These still kind of irrelevant. Why do I have a pointer to this? And to this? We'll worry about that in a minute. Log and... Actually, I'm going to need to... if I do it this way... and this way... it'll break less stuff. And then I come over here... and we generate... That'll give me type gen for edit bar. There it is, which will generate me set message broker and set log. So up here, we do this. And then my message broker and my logger. Because we're not calling run, I think this runs as is. Let's find out. I feel like I might be missing something though. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, no subscriber. Right, okay. Yes, we did use we listened to message broker. So what we can do is either, well, no, we'll do one thing at a time. We'll put it back into the state it was. What we're going to do is delete this. Because we'll have to do our own until we can try to pull that out. Ignore this, do all the rest, whatever's still using it. And then what we'll do is come in here and we can put you right after init for now. You're a broker, and we do message broker is MB, and then we do call to run. We will quickly rerun generate so that whatever's there gets tidied up. Might do some type stuff, forget exactly. We've messed with it, so we will regenerate it. And then we'll run you again. Wait for you to rebuild, all that good stuff. Oh, I've created a deadlock because I need to do that. Hey yo to you as well. Elpsy? I'm sure I butchered that, I'm sorry. Okay, fantastic. That's back to working. We should make sure that we can still edit. And it's still present, and it is. I see game engine dev, so I click awesome. Let's test deleting you now. Still good. If I delete this, that worked. If I delete, don't see, there you are. Right under me. There we go, that's working. If I change the second one in the list and apply it, you stay. Fantastic. Okay, so that's a refactor of the edit bar into a custom widget that is working currently. Happy with that. Let's do a commit for that. Double check main edit bar type gen. Menu bar type gen. Why did you change? Just for funsies, I'm going to figure out why. Menu bar type gen. It's because I changed a field. Yeah, unsafe changes was added. Gotcha. Forgot to regen after he did that. That's fine. It can go in there. Commit. Refactor. Edit. Forgot to regen after. Widget into proper custom widget. Push that up. Ooh, I'm dropping frames. Love it. Little blip. Little blip. Hopefully we're back. Internet has sucked today. Think we're okay. Think we're living. Okay, so next task, map widget. And I can also just go do that so I don't forget. Scratch you off. Okay. This one will be a little trickier. We got to think about how I want to consume this, right? This should all really go into like some kind of thing that we can reuse eventually. Some kind of function that we can call. And it can be internal to the map widget, I think, because it needs to get set when we give it a map. We need to be able to initialize it without one. So what we're going to do this is going to be kind of messy. A lot of this can stay, though. It just needs to get scooched, I think. This will go away. Let's grab, first and foremost, what are you? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Oh, yeah, it looks like my session reset and everything. It did go down when it had that blip. That sucks. Well, such is life. I guess we could do tile grid is this. So pretty much like from here down. You just need to be careful about where we parent things. Or can we get away with just doing an if in our builder? Will an update take care of that? I wonder. Let's try that. We need to grab this and chuck this in so that it will generate the things. And we also need this so it'll grab the types correctly. We're going to do the same thing with our message broker. We'll do that. We need to make sure we do a nil check on that when we create. I need to do that in edit bar as well. Real, just make myself a note. Ensure we have a logger on create on init in case we forget to come back and set it. Okay, so the this becomes, what are you called? You're called map widget. All of this is going to go away. You're just in it now. This is going to become irrelevant real quick. We'll just leave you out for now. Because you're going to be nil to start with. We need to init a frame. You need to be not a pointer anymore. This goes away. You just become a styler for map widget. This goes away. That's going to go away. That's going to still be within this. We're going to follow, though, their sort of pattern. We're going to put all of our event handling stuff at the end, because there's going to be the maker up top here. Which is here, and we're going to put this all the way down to here for now. Then what we're going to do is not have this. We still need to guard this, right? But it's going to be like this, and then it's going to be all of this, except that, no, including that. I don't. This can be up here, I suppose. We're going to add this styler on top of here. We need to do the tree add stuff as well. You are tile grid, let's say. And you're all going to go inside of here. We'll put you up here for now, just as a quick reminder. But then most of this becomes you're actually going to go into W. this. Ooh. Actually, we can add you directly. What's the correct syntax for doing that? Because we don't need to wrap this. This all still gets set up. That's fine. This becomes a child? No. I need to look at form does some funky stuff like this as they build init right here, construct fields. This they use, yeah, they just use add at. Okay. And it takes it's a function that gives them a text. Label widget is W. Set the tooltip. And then add new. Construct node and initializing the node. Not clear on why. Probably because they're doing reflection stuff. I bet we're fine to do this. I bet we can do the same as we do here. Just add at, right? Yes. And it takes the plan. And then you are we want to do the view grid here because it is the view grid. And then this is Is that correct? That's going to create a thing for you, but we know that you're not going to be a core frame. We know that you're going to be a connection tile. And then we could call you CT, perhaps. Set all the things on you. Be way tidier. We still need to register you. And we still need to set all of these things up. That's fine. And then do this. Looks like our thing, the session dropping reset the auto ads. So Twitch, you're about to get some ads, so we get no pre-rolls. We're going to push on a little further today. And we'll wait for you. Can do a quick and let's see. And welcome back, Twitch. So, we can do the same thing here. And actually, we can call you... No, that's fine. We could actually do this. That way we don't have to repeat ourselves. And then you... Oh, that's going to break because... Crap. Fix you in just 1 second. This is room tile. And that goes all the way down to here. because we manually increment our X as we populate this. Okay, so yeah, we do need to have you just be in here, which sucks, but... Woo! This, please. In there. And then we don't need that. We just need you. RT. 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 Then copy this one because it's going to be the same kind of tile. Like so. CT for all of you. CT for you. CT for you. We can put you out. You're not really technically related to that. You do the same thing here. Nope, I lied. This one only. Do the same there. That was just for me to look. This helper, I'm missing closing something. Styler, maker. It's the maker. This is extra. There we go. Add vertical connection is going to need a plan, which is the plan we are in currently. I'm still quite happy to have this all pulled out so we don't have to duplicate it. We just need to switch to using triad at. Oops. That was supposed to be a copy, not a cut. So we add you. This all needs to go inside of there still. That. We add you. We'll need to fix our coordinates, but that's fine. Let's just break it up real quick first and foremost. All of that. Perfect. This needs to be just X index and row index. We can do a quick swappy, like so. This goes away, this goes away, this goes away. You go CT. You go CT. CT for connection tile. All y'all as well. CT. CT. CT and CT. Perfect. Love that. I think that gets us back to working, with the exception of we need to do a generate so that we get our type gen in here, and then we need to set everything. And we need to set up a message broker setter. Actually, we don't have a run in here anymore, do we? We don't. We don't listen to anything here. We don't even need message broker right now. We need... Ooh, crap, I forgot to... Game map needs to be public so that it's, we regenerate that so that we generate the setter. Oh, right. Ah, crap. We did need broker. We send messages on broker. That's fine. I run that again. But we do need a set broker in this case. It doesn't need to be... we don't need to run it after. We just need to be able to set it. We could let it generate, make it public, let it generate, but let's just do this for now. Because we want to get rid of this if we can. I think I just called you broker. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see how horribly it blows up. Can't use loaded map. Oh yeah, right. Forgot. We gotta do this. Oh, that's menu bar. No, come on now. I can't spell. Set game map. You are loaded map. Set message broker to this. Set log to that. Because this conflicts with the name of the package, we're just going to call you MW here too for now. The scope is narrow enough that it's not hard to keep track of that, I don't think. Okay. We didn't get... Finalize view grid didn't get run. It would seem... I think... perhaps we need you to be in an updater. Still no. Okay. How do we trigger that? Pretty sure that's what we're missing. Oh, it was inside of there. If we don't put it inside of the plan, the maker. Does that help? Not necessarily. It's because it's not rebuilding. Okay. We can test this real easy. After we set the map. Because we made it an updater. If we call update, does it work? No. This... It's because this doesn't check for... this when it gets run. Still no? Okay. Well, we're almost half hour over my normal time. I'm going to call it here for today, and then we can figure out what's going on here next time, tomorrow. If you like this kind of thing, I stream about 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you show up tomorrow, like now, but 4 hours ago, I should be here, wherever you are in the world, that is. So thanks for everybody who came and hung out. Thanks for the great chats we had today. I'd love to see you again. And if not, hey, have a great week anyway. And maybe we'll catch you some other time. Thanks again. And